Yep, I am muted. Thanks. Also, this is totally unrelated, but I'm kind of hot. Gonna go change. The temperature is hot. Okay. Is this your pickup line? No. Damn, I wish I had EU4 adjacent pickup lines off the top of my head, so I could have responded. Let me just check Reddit, the best place to get pickup lines. Our relationship is like a cloth producing farmland, perfect for developing. Hmm. I like this one. I've been spying you for years, and now I come to claim you. That's very good. Anyway, on a totally unrelated note, I'm kind of hot. Oh wait, I already used that. I'm not sure if I really want my boats to spend this much time. So I kind of want my boats to go here, which is, oh, just like 1.5. Fine. Sure. It's like a 4-month detour. I can't declare on this guy because he's well, he's my vassal. I can't declare on Tangu because he's a trib of Aithaya, and I would like to finish these cores first. Okay. Who else can I declare on? Could start declaring here. Not here. Although it's kind of funny that they won't accept. And yeah, I can just go here, maybe. And at some point I need to, yeah, like start stating things. Stating things is kind of nice because it gives manpower. And there's only so much micro can do with manpower, you know? Speaking of pickup lines, it was Valentine's Day last week. That's all. It was Valentine's Day last week. Probably TC this as well. Hopefully that's enough for a merchant. Valentine's Day is the official LOTR. Ah, right, Lord of the Rings. When I think of Lord of the Rings, I think of this paper called oh shoot. No, one ring to rule them all is the original. But there were a whole slew of papers that was like one blah to rule them all. I wouldn't be surprised if there's literally a one ring to rule them all that talks of some universal construction for rings. Uh, can't find any off the top of my head. Or not the top of my head. Off the front page of Google Scholars. I'm going to third page. Oh. No, this is biology. Apparently that biologists really like the reference. Anyway. So I did not do anything for Valentine's, I think. Did I? No. Still don't know if I should declare on these guys. I feel like it makes sense too. And like right now, A doesn't matter. It's just that I hate conquering this area so much. But like, it's one of those things where you have to. But I realized I can safely delete this fort. Nice. Okay. Shall I continue? Wait, Valentine's is a Christian thing? TIL. I thought it was just some marketing thing. Although I guess now it's a marketing thing. Hmm. Well, good to know. Anyway, what's a Valentine-esque music? Oh, I don't know too many. I should probably just ignore attrition. This is like a one-time usage thing. Okay. I hate how Ming has no rebels. Kind of annoying. I also kind of want to start conquering Chagatai. So many things I need to do. Not enough time and resources. Yeah, so I need to conquer these guys. So this is in 60 months. Can I do something productive here in 60 months? IMO no. So I'm gonna use my troops to deal with Chagatai. This should be like a bit more than 60 months, but I should be able to pull off most troops after the initial engagement. Okay. I'll declare whenever these guys arrive. Which will be a bit, right? Yeah, a few months. These guys probably stay to deal with rebels. In that case, these guys should be here. I remember when I was really young. Not really young, but reasonably young. I played the... I played a violin version of this piece. I actually don't know what the original is. Is the original solo or I don't know what's the original and what instrumentation is the original. But young romantic me thought it was like the cutest thing ever. Let's see if I can find a violin version. I guess this is a violin version. Why is auto building so bad? How are you allowed to be this bad? Why not Truce Break Ming? Because my stab is 2. I wanna go through Civil War, get to a point where I have low stab, whether it be from passing reform or the post events, and then Truce Break. Can I delete this fort? Yeah. I don't know how valuable it is for me to even do this, but... So this fort I could delete, because I don't plan to state this. Nope, I did not Truce Break at all. Just 2 wars. Also, I need a playlist so I don't have to swap. Should mute my phone. Just 10%. It's just 2 ors on Ming. Did you ever write code to optimize things? No, surprisingly. You'd be surprised at how little I write code. I don't write code. That's the gist of it. So I tried helping my friend write code once. And I realized my perspective on programming has changed so much over the years. For the worse, I think. Like, I remember one time, I was, well, he had questions on complexity. Like, oh, does this use constant memory or does it use n blah blah blah, you know, those kinds of things. And then I remember my gut reaction to all those questions was, it's decidable. That's all I care about for like complexity. Which might be a bad habit of people in my field. Wait, I can totally do this war in Southeast Asia. PL theory. The other day I was maybe not the other day, but a while ago I was cooking up a simple language and um a discussion arose on like what things I should add to the language, or not really things I should add, but rather yeah, it yeah, I can just say like what kind of features to add as like a very simple approximation of what I was thinking about. And my gut reaction was the question I had was, will adding this make the type checking algorithm undecidable? And there's a case where it did. And then I mentioned that to a few colleagues, and they're like, so who cares? But it is true. A lot of more modern programming languages have ridiculous type checking algorithms. Like there are many systems where type checking is undecidable. There are also systems where type checking is like doubly exponential. So in practice, undecidable. Well, there are lots of languages I worked on. Actually, the most recent language that I worked on, well, I didn't fully work on it, but it arose because someone asked me to lecture about something interesting in my field, right? And so I was initially planning to talk about my research, but I learned that another colleague of mine who works in a fairly similar area gave a presentation on that topic. So, my options were either I branch off of that and do something a bit more advanced, or I do something entirely new. So I decided to do something new. So I cooked up a language which I called unfunctional programming, which is okay. So at a high level, the idea with functions is that you have a lot of variables that you collect, right? Those are your inputs. You can also bind variables like um, if you're using like a bad programming language, you can just say like int x equals 5, and then you'd have a variable x. If you're using a better programming language, you might say like let x equals 5 in blah. Well, either way, the point is you'll have a collection, a finite list of variables. Okay. And then you have one implicit return point or continuation, namely based on the stack frame. So when you say like return x in a bad programming language, it just sort of means pass the value of x to whoever called me, roughly, right? But this idea of whoever called me is sort of implicit. You don't explicitly talk about it, and you can't explicitly do anything with it. So you can actually take a totally dual interpretation where you have one variable, so you can't extend your variables, and you have a finite list of return pointers, also called continuations. And you can prove that those two systems are actually equivalent. In logic, it corresponds to um, a proof of a theory of refutations. So you prove that something is false. So I cooked up that system, and it was really fun. At one point, I was planning to submit to Sigvovic, but I don't know if I really care enough to do that. Do you guys know Sigvovic? Any like CS people know Sigvovic? It's a joke conference. I think a colleague of mine used to be the chair of it. I want to go in before no guy joins. Also, I'm gonna get a Civil War soonish. Don't know what I'm gonna do about that. Where do you work? I believe it's technically still a secret. Although, like, if you do a bit of research, you can put two and two together. So I just hope that if you do put in the effort, you keep it to yourself. But it's well known that I am currently in Montreal. from there, you can probably make a few educated guesses. Can computer scientists put 2 and 2 together? No. They can only put the successor of 0 and successor of 0 together. No, my language is Turing complete. So that's the limitations. I can't. It's no more powerful than a Turing machine. It's no more powerful than C, but it's also as strong as C. That's one way to think of it. Actually, wait. No, actually, the fragment I worked with is not Turing complete. It's weaker than the Turing machine. Yeah. I have to think about how I'd make it Turing complete. It's not obvious to me how I'd make it Turing complete. Well, without like directly adding a Turing machine or some other equivalent thing. No, it's actually a very small and interesting fragment of programs that always terminate. So I believe the language I cooked up for that class, for that lecture, always terminates. It's kind of cool. It's cool if you don't know PL, I guess. It's a very standard result in PL, so it's not too unusual or special that such a property holds, but so how should I fight Chagatai? These idiots are building forts. Yo. This should be illegal. Huh. So what am I gonna take? So I'm gonna reveal Timurids anyway, so it doesn't matter. I'll reveal them in 1494. Wait, will I? Are there any Chinese tech that sees this? Any language that's... Yeah, so if you're Turing complete, it means that you'll consequently face the halting problem. Actually, is that true? I'm not sure if it's one direction or not. I guess technically... No. It ought to be, right? Typically, it means that you'll face the halting problem. But you might be able to do some definition maneuvering. But basically, Turing completeness just means you can simulate a Turing machine. So like anything a Turing machine can do, I can do. It doesn't speak of like how optimal it is though, or like how much more expensive it is or cheaper it is. It just speaks of whether I can do it in some amount of time. And there's this thing called the Church-Turing thesis, which is just, it's a law, I guess, in the sense that we have no means of refuting it. Well, we do, but it's not clear how we'd refute it. Or people have tried and failed, which is that the Turing machine is the strongest model of computation. And so far, that still holds. Like, nobody has come up with a model of computation that does more than a Turing machine. So, so according to that, if you can simulate a Turing machine, it means you're as strong as a Turing machine, because we don't have any model that's stronger than a Turing machine. But maybe there's a world where you can. Maybe there's a world where you have a computational model that's stronger than a Turing machine, which nobody has successfully found so far. And have it be free from the halting problem. Is that ever possible? I'm fairly certain that's not possible. And I think it's an argument similar to Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Like, I think if you're as strong as a Turing machine, you'll always suffer from it. But I'm not sure. Someone has to work it out, or someone probably has worked it out, because it seems like a fairly natural question to ask. But you know, the halting problem is like whatever, because for any physical implementation of a programming language, the halting problem is decidable, technically. Let that sink in. It's a very dumb and gotcha type of thing to say, though. But it's true. Anyway, I still don't know how I'm gonna fight this war. I should be careful about my manpower still. So I don't want to just like run in. Do I? Maybe I want to run in. I'm gonna run in. You can't stop me. I'm going in. Oof. Good luck. I don't know anything about NLP. I know NLP before it was mainstream. I know a lot of classical theory that got replaced by machine learning. And I enjoyed them too. Like, I enjoyed classical computer vision. Because I can kind of understand it and go like, oh yeah, that's a natural idea to have. Yep, Civil War. I assume that's gonna resolve itself, but that's funny. I still don't get why some of these rebellions. This also happens for Court and Country too. Like sometimes the rebel spawns and it's already occupied. I know why it happens, like according to the game code, but I just think it's not a good decision. Okay, teach me about Civil War, Elia or someone who's done this. So for people who aren't familiar, you can bird pulse events in disasters because disaster pulse events, I believe, you trigger on the first of every month. So I think you bird every month. And you fish for certain events that give you mandate. But like, what events do I look out for? And I heard it's not that bad. So what events though do I look out for? Maybe you should look at the wiki. This one's good. This one's good. That one's fine. So I guess the money for a mandate would be the ones I want. I don't think I want to spend monarch points for a mandate. Well, I don't want to spend admin for a mandate, rather. I guess this is fine, too. Alright. Haven't save scummed for events in a while. Is this that Braveheart main theme? I don't know what you mean by that. Is this Braveheart? Is that a movie? I assume that's a movie. It's a good theme. I think it's also used in... I think the Brits added some lyric to it too. Yep, this is Jupiter. I feel like it's probably the most famous in this collection. Yeah, I vowed to thee, that thing, yeah. It's a nice one. Oh shoot, I was supposed to save scum that. I'll start save scumming next month, okay? Sorry, I'll stop humming. There's a pianist who was very famous for humming during recordings, and it gave the producers a lot of headache, the technicians, because they need to cut out, they need to make sure the mic doesn't pick it up. So I think I'll just do like a very small casual war here, because I need to get ready to fight Southeast Asia, and I only have 8 months. I'm not going to finish this war in 8 months, but that downtime is fine. Better than not doing anything with these guys. Suppose I could kill rebels? What the fuck? I need to hire another merc stack, probably. Should I do it after OE? I would love to, but I don't think I can afford to. Probably hire this guy and use it to whack rebels. I also need more transports then, so I can carry these guys. So I need 24 transports. I currently have 19. I need 5 more. Oh god. I have unrest everywhere, so this happens. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. In that case, I guess you could argue that I don't need it now, because I won't be able to use it with full effectiveness. But I'd imagine these rebels will rise up sooner or later. And it's gonna rise up here. So, do that. I am gonna be over force limit. What to do? I think after I kill this, I can finally delete this guy. I don't even know if I can kill him. I should be able to. Anyway. I should have checked for cores, but I'm fine. Oh, speaking of a planet, so there's this part in Jupiter. So listen to this part. I've made the world's most important discovery. Listen to this part closely. Sorry, I was a bit too early. This part. So this part perfectly links with this with 1812. This part. This part. No, not this part. This part. F. It's the same note and the same chord. It links up perfectly. Does that make sense? Here. I bet I can do it better. Right? Doesn't that work perfectly? Is That's my most recent discovery and contribution to humanity. PDQ. Oh, really? I did not know that. Unlucky. How old was he? 88. This is what Papi is talking about. PDQ Bach is like maybe a satirical music composer. I wouldn't say he's like a well, he's kind of like a joke composer. But like he would parody and mock things. But like I think 1712 is done quite well. You'll hear. Actually, let's start with 1812 for people who are not familiar with 1812 or need a reminder. So 1812 is a very famous piece by Tchaikovsky, and we Americans tend to think of it as a as a piece celebrating our independence because I don't know why, but we play it during July the 4th. So that's why Americans know this piece. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, okay, fixed. But yeah, it's celebrating. I don't know. It's referencing the war against France in 1812, basically. Where is my talented and ambitious? I. Wait, I can just. Are you proud of me that I've never birded my air yet? I just get so much mill prestige. Okay, 28. Now begins the birding. I'm gonna get me some mandate. I don't know if you need my analysis, but the beginning part of this was an Orthodox hymn. So it's supposed to represent, I think, the common folk. Yo, do pulse events not exist or what's going on? I feel like I've been misled. I was told Civil War birding isn't horrible. Hello? So this is the military marching. I believe it's supposed to represent the French military marching with the snare drums. Oh, that's a lot of birding then. Because each event gives me like 5 mandate. I guess it depends on how many reforms I want. I was planning to just like go through all the reforms for fun, but I might not do that now. That ain't it. Ah yeah, play 2 months. That's reasonable. Only problem is I'll be microing a lot. And here you hear the motif from the French national anthem. Although it wasn't the national anthem at that time, I think. So that's the structure of the 1812, and then the ending is the famous canon part. Oh, not here. And then you get canons that are sort of fighting against the French. So you'll hear the anthem being interrupted by cannons. And that's basically the gist of it. And then you go back to the hymn from the beginning. That's the theme that played in the beginning. And then at the very end, you'll hear the Russian anthem at the time that Tchaikovsky wrote this piece or something like that. Like something like "Oh Lord, save the Tsar" or something like that. Tsar. Listen to the bass part. Bum bum ba ba bum. So that's the Russian anthem, I think. Anyway, so this is 1712 Overture, which is a parody of it by a person who passed away. Were you guys around for my attempt to play the canon part of 1812 in EU4? So it doesn't work. The reason is because the canon sound in EU4, the barrage sound, needs to play fully before the next one plays. So I can't play like I can't barrage in quick succession and get two canon sounds off. Also, this fucking sucks. Who suggested Civil War to me? Like, isn't this gonna take more than 6 hours? If I want to go through, like, say, two more reforms? No way. Oh yeah, listen to this theme. Da, 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 da. So I think that's some cartoon theme, right? Pop goes the weasel, apparently. Also, this is expensive. Can I stop making money? I should just stop making money, no? So can I let this thing update or nah? What a piece. All right, next rebel. Ainu. Oh, honestly, I might use my free company for this guy. Yeah, no. But yeah, this one sucks because I need boats for this. Unless I do a 5-head strat where I dev push this province. That's probably easier. You should be able to get more events. You'll just get a different... You can't get the same event, though. Like, I'm fairly confident you can't get this event anyway, even if I click on it. I'm just holding it because I want to see if I can update this money. I'm not sure if I can. If I can't, it's not a big deal. Like, maybe save and reloading would fix it, I'm not sure. I want to keep prosperity. And I don't think it makes a large chunk of my income anyway. I mean, I think only the core people remain when I start birding like this. Yeah, so I'm kind of curious if this will update. 514 it doesn't. Updates on month tick though. Anything else to kill my income? Yeah, I would have to unstay if I want to kill my income. Oh, that's what is it? Mazorsky, right? That segment. I mean, it depends on how many events I do, but it might be worth it. I don't know. Uh, Gives me uneasy feelings listening to this. So do I take this? Thoughts? Yeah, I probably shouldn't, right? 75 admin for 5. I don't know. Also, like, realistically, what reforms do I even want? Like, yearly meritocracy, nobody cares. Trade efficiency, nobody cares. Monthly autonomy, kind of nice, but not. Plus, I can't even get it. 7 government reform. Thank you for the raid, whoever. I'll check in a sec. +1 monarch skill, not so relevant. Plus 65% crown land. Okay, this one, mandate growth, doesn't matter. Nope. I'm not passing 8 anyway. This ain't happening. Not happening. Although the 2.5% admin efficiency is kind of nice. Avoids me from forming Bibalunga in 10 days. Dev cost. Nobody cares about dev cost. No. Nope. Nope. There are so many things that are like, sure, I'd like to have, but probably not worth. Is this worth? Doubt it. This is one unrest. Might be good. This one I kind of want. Movement speed. So nice. And this one. But I'm not sure if I can even get explorers. I was planning to get explorers by the privateer pulse event. But wait, said pulse event can't even fire right now because 10%. Actually, it's a mean time to happen, not a pulse event. Anyway, so I'm not taking this, but I'm not even sure if I need any reforms. Should I just end it once I'm at high mandate? The event that costs 75 admin. Oh, wait, what? Oh, who rated me? Oh, Spider, thanks. Hello. Anyway, I had something. Oh, have you guys heard this? I think it's somewhat famous. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. This thing. That's it's a nice piece, honestly. Anyway, note how I didn't even play a day. I was thinking about it, but didn't want any cheating accusations. So what's that machine? It's a typewriter. Like back when keyboards were not for computers. Yeah, funny piece. Anyway, so I think I left off on the end of Jupiter. To be honest, I feel like there isn't much with EOC. You just take the CCR reform and, unify China to conquer China. I feel like that's about it. That's good. So how do I get rid of this thing? Mandate is at least 75. Pog? How close am I? 79. Very nice. So I don't know if it's safe for me to do this. I don't even know if it's safe for me to leave just this 12k alone. This is a Merc stack, so I'm just gonna use him and invade aggressively then. I feel like Mercs enable me to make poor decisions. I have a habit of justifying very risky army decisions by saying, oh, they're just Mercs. Don't worry about it. Okay, next event. I still think Civil War sucks. Well, I need the events to get out of Civil War. Because I went into Civil War being promised that it would be a great experience. In my mind, I was thinking like, oh, I just bird a few times and I'll be done. But it's a bit worse than I thought. I need 75 mandate. I mean, I can do the 75 admin one once. That's fine. What, so I have to accept this? Fine. I'll accept it. Also, I feel like I need more generals. Like, why are my generals so bad? That's more like it. That's more like it. Gonna swap. Also, I should tech up for corruption reasons. I need to arrive in 19 days. I'd like to say that's April 6th. So I guess I have to take the attrition. Do I want to take the attrition here? 3%. It's the same. I actually don't have enough generals. And I don't want to be over. Gonna remove this guy. Use this guy. And, let's see, can I land on time? May 28th? So I'll get the siege tick. I'll delay it for 2 days, rather. Wait, I'm so dumb. I meant to march with... okay, whatever. Alright. Alright. Bad things happened, but... What are you doing? Okay. I need more mandate. Have you considered trying out overhaul mods? Nope. Yes, but no. I've done it a few times, like offline or privately, but never had the urge to do anything with it that much. I don't know anything about the kittens, by the way. Someone sent it to me to use as my loading screen. My backup while EU4 is down. So that's why the cats are there. That's fine, right? It's in a shitty spot, but it's in a really shitty spot. Unless... No, the problem is that even if they kill it, they won't commit to the battle. They'll just nope out after they win, so... And I'm not even sure if they'll win. Also, Ainu is still at 90%. Really want them to be at 100. I can just spawn them here. I don't have prestige. I'll have prestige soonish though, so not a big deal. Nice. I do need to recover my prestige somehow though. Interesting. These guys are civil warring as well. Probably not. Just an ordinary pretender rebel. See ya. Good night. End of Civil War gives 3 stab. Why do you keep holding events? I'm holding this because I can't kill this pretender. And it's gonna spawn on a province that I'm currently taking up a prosperity for. So I need to wait for this guy to win. Maybe send this guy back. I don't know which is faster. Even use boats to pick this stack up. That's probably the fastest. Nice. Oh, do I pick this now? Or is that too much? How much do I value 10% move speed in this run? Hmm. This is difficult. Hmm. Interesting. It's just 2 progress, though. I could fight it to preserve it. Might be an interesting idea. Depends on how badly Chagatai gets damaged. Okay, they are not being damaged. I don't have a place to dock, so I'll just suffer the attrition. Yep. Oh, I thought I canceled this. That's awkward. Hmm. Oh well, they're mercs. I don't really care. Oh yeah, I forgot Malta existed. I was just thinking what my war score will be like. Not bad. I had such a good streak. And now I'm getting no events. Anyway, should I continue or should I just end it here? I think I'd end it if I click on this, unsiege that, and kill the rebels. Alternatively, I can stay and pass another reform. If I were to pass a reform, it's going to be the movement speed. So one reason I might want to pass the reform is I may want to just truce break Ming. That's a 5 stab hit. Doing it right now kind of wastes 2 stab, so to speak. So that's something to consider. And yeah, if I truce break Ming, then I can be at -1. So I want to truce break Ming. As I finish the reform, I guess. Why would you want to truce break Ming? Just for eco. I could just do the movement speed one later though. Like, I'm not sure if there's much benefit. If the benefit is as... Hmm. I don't know, it feels like... Actually, even if I don't truce break, still feels kind of good to spend 2 stab right now. Probably. Yeah. Wait, did I... Yeah, I clicked on something that gave me... Would be hilarious if I win this, but I doubt it. When can I run? I can run now. Ooh. Interesting. What if I just win this? Well, I actually won. Oh, did I? I can't tell. I might win. Yeah, the one other thing is I could get one more stab too because my prestige is low. So I could get the recover prestige agenda, which is one stab. No, 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 no. Civil War gives me 3 stab. Agenda gives me 1 stab. I have 4 stab that I can get in the future in the very short term. To properly take advantage of it, I want to be a -1 stab. Or I could just take 50 admin instead of stab. But yeah. I think I do 1 reform and then truce break Ming. And I probably won't do the colonist reform because I don't have the explorers. No. No. Mm, enough time for me to pass another reform and get up to like 50 plus mandate. I guess the other thing is once I truce break Ming, I'll be at -3 stab. But like I don't want to stab up manually. So I might have to time my truce break. How many of the mandate reforms are important? None of them, except the CCR, which I already have. I just feel bad planning around this disaster and getting nothing out of it. So here I am. I actually won. That's kind of ridiculous. Alright, this guy's done, I think. There's so many like nice reforms though. Just nice. That's all. Yeah, to be honest, I was hoping they'd break, but what are they missing? They're probably missing a fort. Yeah, I guess truce breaking Ming does mean I have to fight those rebels for him, which is slightly obnoxious. Hello, Ardabalt. I did a bit. I think my VODs are still up if you want to look at it. Actually, I thought my start was pretty good. Aside from the fact that I didn't declare on Shogun ASAP. Because I didn't want Shogun. Hmm. I guess this is fine. I wish I didn't delete the mercs. Oh well, my boat should be up soon, so. Rip. Well, thanks for the bits. Should I wait for the corruption for piecing out? I am pissing off the Sunnis once I commit to this. I feel like I must truce break at this point. It's just so rough. What to do? Thank you for the sub. Really depends on whether I'll be coalitioned. I can eliminate most tags from the coalition list by doing 2 wars. And I could start those 2 wars actually. I have 10% now. Good. It's just that I have so many things to do with my troops. Could maybe go for another merc stack. I don't know. Okay, suppose I declare on this dude. How do I peace out Aitaya? They have 1 fort. They're at war. Attacker. Okay. Wonder if carpet sieging is enough to get rid of them. Okay. I'm gonna have to win this war with just this merc stack plus cannons. Should be pretty easy. Siege this and win. Alternatively, carpet siege. Not sure which I'll do. Nope, I do PL. I have friends who do combinatorics, or rather, like proof complexity, but I personally don't. Damn, I didn't win that. That sucks. Is this channel a CS major? No, I think it's just there are lots of CS majors in the world. And I think there's a high intersection between CS majors and Twitch users. And of those, there's probably even a higher intersection between CS majors and Twitch EU4 people. Actually, I wonder if that's true. I guess I can see EU4 being going both ways. Not sure if it's more popular to like history majors. Like I generally don't bleed CS. Since I don't talk too much about CS here. Here's my spiel about CS though. CS should be split into like three different things for college. There should be a software engineering focus, not as like a minor, but as its own degree, which is about coding and writing code, you know, engineering software. Then there should be a specialization on theoretical CS, as we currently call it, which I think is better just called like computation. Because a real science shouldn't call themselves science. It should be self-evident. And then there should be uh and then I want to shove the machine learning and AI people to maybe they can keep the computer science name because they're actually doing science, kind of. Theoreticians don't do science; they do theory. Oh, by the way, I got a question. Why 1582? That's when Oda's ruler died. I know. I guess my point is that theoreticians don't really do anything related to the scientific method. I personally associate science with experiments, designing experiments, gathering data, and trying to come up with sensible explanations for data. As a theoretician, you don't do that. You invent or find a problem that needs a good way to be reasoned about, and then you propose ways to reason about them, and then you prove properties about your solution. Yeah, and I feel like science is about experiments. I mean, for the record, I don't enjoy experiments in the sense of I don't like doing them mostly. I mean, I would say like for CS, it's a bit important to create an identity because relatively speaking, it's a very new field. And so, like for instance, in various universities, at least in the US, there's no consensus on whether CS should belong with the math people, with the EC like engineers, or in like the sciences. I also feel that computer science, sorry, I also feel that computer science has blown up quite a bit. And this is hard to quantify, but, and I don't have any compelling reason to think this, I guess. But I do feel that the things that go on in CS are extremely broad compared to other fields. So that's why I think it makes sense to subdivide them. And like I also don't think coding is an inherent part of computer science. I think that should be its own degree. There's some overlap, but I don't code, and I do things that are considered to be in computer science. And I feel like a lot of people, especially in undergrads, go to CS with the expectation of doing software engineering as a career choice. So most CS departments have to cater to that and you know, support more code-oriented coursework. Algorithms are part of coding, and algorithms are an inherent part of CS. Mm, in some sense, yeah. But like, if you look at algorithms papers, they're typically written in pseudocode. I mean, yeah, a lot of algorithms, well, I guess it depends on the kind of paper, but like a lot of algorithms papers have like an artifact as like an implementation of their algorithm or whatever in some language of their choice. But yeah, feels like that's not writing pseudocode isn't really coding to me. But I do think the demand is in the software engineering aspect of computer science. I mean, there's still demand in uh, other parts of computer science that's not ML or writing code, but I think that's most of the demand and where the money's at. So people should at least know C for theory. I don't think C at all helps for, say, PL theory. I mean, it's good to know it just because it's something a lot of people know. So you can always draw to it for examples or like drawing connections and intuitions. But there's nothing fundamentally important about C, I feel like, at least in terms of theory. It has historical significance and, cultural significance. Like, C is a pretty bad language, especially by modern standards. Yeah, so I sort of sympathize with people who sort of are pressured to write code that supports their publications. Like, I do think it's generally an important thing. If you propose an algorithm or if you do something related to code, you better implement it and test it. I think that's a good requirement. But it does mean it's extra work that they could have avoided if they frame their paper in a different way. And I think this extra work is very important, but there's definitely not much incentive to do it, to approach things like that, which is very unfortunate. But I think it's starting to change. Like there's more and more recognition for like good reproducible code. Also, like one minor, totally unrelated thing is that when it comes to code, um, okay, this is a very controversial opinion, I think, but I prefer writing code in dead languages. Dead in the sense that there's no more active development. Then you really don't have to worry about versioning and dependencies. Otherwise, you have to be very careful about versioning. Makes reproducing slightly more tedious. I'm personally not a fan of like pre-built Docker images or VMs because those are just so big. But that's the best way we got, I guess, when you're working on a language that's not dead. A dead language like SML is a dead language. Actually, I'm not sure if SML is. I think SML is dead. At least ML is dead. I'd imagine like Lisp is dead too, right? Is Lisp dead? That I can't tell. But I wouldn't really. No. So it's not about like my view. It's about whether the code compiles or not. Like it's such a pain to maintain, and I don't think there should be expectations to maintain code that you wrote for to support your research, by the way. But um, there are many scenarios, instances where a paper implements something, right? And then you code, and then you try to reproduce the result, and you run their code, or you try to, and then it doesn't work because of dependency issues. Like maybe it relied on an old version of a library, or a now old version of a library. Maybe it relied on certain features that got deprecated in the language or were changed. So, and yeah, you can solve it, right, by just being very careful, downloading the right version um, of the libraries and so on. But it just makes verification even more of a pain than it really should be. Yep, ML is quite ancient. I'm not sure if it's like ancient. It's some old. It's workable though. Anyway, I think first language should be a functional language. That's my opinion. Python, Java, and whatnot. Well, okay, so Java is a bit different because Java has like a very clear um, structure, I guess, where they try to force you to structure everything in terms of classes and objects. Well, classes. That works for some settings. I think that works well for some settings, but I think it very easily gets you in the trap where uh, your code becomes ridiculous. Like, have you seen like all the namespaces like blah 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 dot blah 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 dot something beans factory generator? I don't know how I feel about that. Ali, thank you for the sub. Also, what I've been talking quite a lot now. How many restarts have I done? Still haven't gone the event. And when it comes to like all the modern languages that everyone uses nowadays, including Java, by the way, I think that they all suffer from this problem, which I like to call Frankenstein, where they see a new feature or new idea that's interesting and there's demand for it. And so they add it. In principle, I think that's a good thing. But in practice, what happens is that sometimes those features can really conflict with your prior design philosophy or your language features. And so you just get this mess of a language where you can do everything, but like you can't do certain things really well. Like an instance of that is in C++. Generics in C++ are just horrible, I think. Right? The idea that you can't compile generic code, pre-compile generic code is, to me, ridiculous. I don't understand why they decide to do that. And when I say I don't understand, I genuinely don't understand. Like, I assume there is some technical reason for it, for that choice. But like, my guess is that there was some technical issue and that prevented them from implementing generics the right way. So why would you want generics? Well, there are lots of motivations for generics. Like, suppose you have like a sorting function, right? Um, and you have a list of ints, you have a list of floats, you have a list of your custom data structure with some, and they all have total order. The question is, like, how do I write a function that sorts these lists? One approach you can do is you can just implement it for every concrete type. You say, oh, I need to be able to sort lists of ints, so I'll write that function. Then you say, oh, I also need to um, deal with lists of floats, so I'll write that function. So you have this code bloat because the logic, the underlying logic is the same. So generics sort of let you deal with that. Doesn't get solved by overriding mundane operators. So, um, yes and no. Um, in languages that aren't typed, like Python, that'll work. But if your language is typed, then even if you overload operators like that, how are you going to type your input, right? Like, what do I say for my input list? Like, I have to say it's a list of something, right? Python can do that, can get away with that because they don't have to deal with typing. Well, I say they don't have to deal with typing as if that's a good thing. And I think Python does have generics. I would be very surprised if they don't. Because generics is a very like well accepted important feature. Wait, what am I saying? Yeah, you do generics by overloading, right, in Python? Probably.
Idon play EU4 gifted attire un sub to cost un L. This is their first gift sub in the channel.
Was it French? I don't remember. There was some inside joke about it being French, and I forgot. It might have been because I was studying French at one point. Oh, was it Flemish? Maybe. Also, hello, Orchestras. I missed your greetings. What are we birding for? We're birding so I can talk about CS. See, it's a it's like those pyramids, or triangles where it's pick two. Actually, maybe it's just pick one. It's just a line, and it's pick one. You either get gameplay or me talking. But I'm birding for mandate events in the Civil War disaster because I was baited. And now sunken cost fallacy is enticing me to play it through and farm mandate using it. Well, it's birding and catting, right? You won't see the cat if I'm not birding. Nope. As you can tell by my title. So my previous attempt, I was planning. Well, I wasn't really holding myself to no birds, but previous run I was kind of just chilling. I wasn't trying too hard. So why am I only getting this mandate event? I've seen this like 3 times already. I'm looking for other ones. I do play piano, but this is not me playing. This is someone better than me playing. Who is it? Oh, it's Polini. Oh, do I still have that? Oh, I do. I still have it. Man, you're you're a big spender. No, I won't take money. But give me the sheet music. If I'm feeling bored, I could give it a try. Or if it's something I know, I could do it. Oh yeah, I'm familiar with Rush E. It's the thing with the YouTube drama, right? I thought it was kind of funny. One. So just E minor. Oh, it's probably not that bad. There you go. It's probably something like that, right? Easy. I don't really want to learn that one though. That one seems like a lot of work. What is this? Oh, it's not that bad. The only problem is I can't get the PDF of this. So I'll have to memorize this. Let's see. So it's A minor, E minor, A minor, E minor. So the chord progression is pretty simple. It does change here. Da, 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 da. I think I memorized the opening. Oh no, and then it goes to A minor here. That's all I have in me. This doesn't seem too interesting. I think it's mostly this chord progression. Then it goes up an octave. Ba, 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 bum. It's not copyrighted. It's just that um, MuseScore has a very obnoxious monetization policy. So it doesn't let you download it unless you become a member. Um, and there used to be plugins. Actually, they might still exist, but there used to be plugins that would just cheat the system and download it. But I think the one I used to use broke at some point. What song would you say I've mastered? I don't think I've mastered anything, honestly. I used to practice a lot, but nowadays I'm just trying my best to tread water. So, like, I don't think there's any piece that I can play really well. I just can play a lot of pieces reasonably well or up to a certain point. What's your favorite? Oh, I don't know. I love Rough 3. I like Rough 2. Uh, I like a lot of pieces by Chopin too. Like uh like his Polonaise. Um there are a few Liszt etudes that I love. Like lists Pag Etude 3 and 6, his Transcendental Etude 4, 7, 8. Oh yeah, when I say rough, I mean Rachmaninoff. Yeah, I play a lot of Chopin. I really enjoy Chopin. I used to be able to did I? No, never mind. I somehow deluded myself into thinking I did a concert with just Chopin. No, I played other composers as well in that. But here, allow me to play a few tunes then, because as I mentioned, I can't play anything in full. Well, I can play the easier ones in full, probably, if I look at the sheet music. But from memory, I don't think I've memorized anything nowadays. Damn it. I should double check the game trigger. It's possible something is preventing some of the events that I'm looking for to fire. Anyway, random pieces. How many of those have people recognized? I think most of them are relatively famous. I might have played a few minor ones. Oh, thank you.
Bravo.
Merci. My favorite is Moonlight Sonata in C sharp. Ah, that one's very popular. Surely you're talking about the second movement. Oh yeah, I was gonna look. Oh no, I was gonna look at the rise conditions. Maybe if I play enough EU4. I'm not sure if they're too correlated. It's always fun to play the minor versions of, or less famous versions of popular pieces. Like for example, when you hear Turkish March, you probably think of the one by Mozart, the this one. But there's also a Turkish March by Beethoven, which I don't think I can play off the top of my head. Go something like that. You can play the same game for uh like Debussy's Clair de Lune. Well, I guess technically not if they say Clair de Lune, but Clair de Lune is part of a suite with three other pieces. So you can play any of the other ones. With Moonlight Sonata, you can play the second movement or the third movement. Although I think the third movement is fairly well known. Like I assume all of you know, but this is the one we're talking about. But there's like but that's just the first movement. The second movement goes like and then the third movement I think is fairly well known. I actually don't know how well known it is. But the third movement is also different. It's like that. It's a very fun piece to play. Yeah, lots of baits that you can pull off. Have you played? I don't think so. Ligeti sounds like a pasta. Do you guys know the? Do you guys know this thing? Let's see if I can find it. Composer or pasta? I guess if you're Italian, you might be better off. Probably pasta. Campagnoli. Oh, I don't know. Surely that's a composer. Um, Pasta? Yeah. Hmm. I don't know this one. Nice. Tufoli, that sounds like a pasta to me. Is this bait? Is this a composer? Feels like it shares roots with pizza. Nice. Piccini. Oh, his composer. Yeah, I don't recognize most of these. Anyway, so it's a fun low quiz that was popular for a while. That's a pasta, yeah? Oh, sounds like a composer. Dragonetti. Composer. Fellini. Composer. Damn it. Capellini. That's a composer. No? I swear I know a composer with this name. Bucatini. Wait. Wasn't there a composer that sounds like Bucatini? Anyways, I suck. Fun little quiz. Rossini is Bofo composer. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, let me actually like look at the events though, because I'm not sure if something's wrong. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not getting the event. I don't think it has to do with my mandate, right? I'm looking at the wiki right now, but I might have to look at the actual game code or the game files. I don't know, I find it kind of weird that I haven't gotten any of the events I was looking for. Because I definitely birded a lot while I was wasting time or killing time talking. I don't think anybody did. Elia mentioned it's like roughly 20%. Although I reckon it's a bit lower just because I'm ineligible for a lot of events. I must have killed that command at some point in my life. By the way, do you all know how to look at the game files for disasters? It's under common and disasters, I believe. Just to show what's going on, since I think I have some new audience here. It's common disasters. And I'm looking for Civil War. And there should be a list of pulse events. Where is it? On monthly. So these are the events that could potentially fire. And what goes on is that these events definitely fire or look to fire. But if you look at the definition of this, you'll see that I don't satisfy the trigger, right? These events are for specific tags. So there's a there are what, 10 events? So assuming I'm eligible for all of them, which I'm not, there's a 50% chance of seeing any event. But yeah, and then you can just look at each of these events and see if you satisfy the triggers. In particular, I'm looking for the ones that increase my mandate. So this is one of them that I'm looking for. And revolt percentage equals 0.05, number of allies equals 1. So I don't think I'm eligible for this one, right? This one I'm not eligible for because I already got this event. This one I'm not eligible. Haven't had Civil War for however many long. This one I am eligible for and I've seen a few times, but I don't like this event. Favored faction. So I think this is the flag that I'm looking for. And yeah, this sets the flag and it's not timed, so it means that I should be eligible for this event still. And I haven't seen these events, which is the weird part. And I think that's it. Oh no, there's another one. Dominant faction. Has country flag, total war peak. I don't know what this is. Total war emerges. Yeah, that's not happening. So I'm not eligible for this event, I guess. Anyway, so all that being said, I see no reason why I shouldn't begin these events. Are these wallpapers modded? Assuming you're talking about the EU4 ones, it's not modded. If you're talking about the cat, then it's a cat. Yes, I use Vim. I'm a protected minority in the programming scene. Most people have successfully found the WQ command. I think the problem with the bird thing is that it's... I had a few problems, but one is it's no longer up to date. Or, I mean, there's nothing bad about it. You just have to change the tag. So I have to go through some warning that says I might break the save file. The other thing is it makes it hard for people to open the save file because it gives a warning, which is why I'm sort of shying away from it. Honestly, if I have to bird this much for one event, then like I'm kind of done. I might just like not do any reforms. Call it here. Because I think it's a bit ridiculous. But it's weird because I've gotten the events fairly quickly in the past however many months that I played. It just feels like this month is really bad for some reason. But like I can't see any reason why it's bad. I do not really play any other games. Well, that's not true. I recently played a lot of MapleStory, but I mostly stopped playing because I did what I set out to do. All right, one last event. Check. If I don't get it, I'm done. All right, I'm done. I think I'm just gonna end this thing. The only downside to ending it is that I'm gonna overcap on mandate. Oh, now I really wanna. I'm just gonna do one more month. But I really wanna pass a reform, just because otherwise I'm not taking advantage of the stab gain from this disaster. So I'm gonna do this at some point. I might just do it now. Yeah, like I don't know why I'm not hitting. I see zero reason why I shouldn't be hitting. So bizarre to me.
We need more music.
Thank you. Need more music. It's late at night, so how's this? Hmm. Kinda don't wanna take the attrition. Think I should just fight this. It's jungle, but they're tech 6. Okay, this guy I need to white piece ASAP. It is French, yeah. It's Ravel. See ya. Wait, a month did pass. Because remember, I was safe scumming November? And I gave up on safe scumming. And round 2. I was just so tilted at this month tick. I don't know what the deal is though. I find it bizarre. I could just give up. It's not like super important anyway. Must gamble. Yeah, I don't get it. Have you ever thought of doing a world conquest in any mod? Not really. I did consider Ambinar when it was at its peak hype, but uh it felt like learning an entirely new game just because there are so many things in it. And so I didn't really end up going through with it. I also think there was substantially less interest. Not that that is a major factor on what I do, but I guess it doesn't help. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not getting the events, and I see zero reason why I'm not. Like, it doesn't make much sense to me. I think I'm just missing something, but like, I don't understand what I'm missing. And I mean, I have seen a few events. It's just very rare. I wonder if it's because no, it doesn't have to do with my mandate being higher than 75. I don't think they have any cooldown except the ones that give modifiers, like the 10% morale, 5% discipline one has a cooldown. Like I should be eligible for all the other events that give mandate. Like I can get that. I've seen this happen a few times. I've also seen the 75 admin, 75 dip one happen a few times. I don't know, I think it's like a 5% chance per event. And there are 3 events that I want, that I'd be happy getting, rather. I feel like I've done enough attempts that this is maybe not. How many birds have I done? Maybe like 20? Still like a 4% chance. So not unreasonable that I haven't seen it yet, I guess. Suppose I can increase the probability by 5% if I click on this. Because this event can't fire. You can't naturally get an event that you're already holding. You can if you do it by console, though. Oh, well, that was easy. So what event is this? Is this the Total War thing? Oh, no, no, no. Trigger. Oh, yeah, this is, it's been 1 year. So this sets the Civil War knees flag. But apparently it's a one-time thing. Okay, so I think this war is basically over. Maybe not. I don't have that much war score against Chagatai. But, like, I don't really want to fight. Maybe I'll use this free company to aggressively fight later. Do I want this fort? How much war score did one of the forts give? 8 war score? I don't think 8 war score is worth it. I don't want to take too much off Chagatai anyway. I need to go down south and deal with maybe these rebels. We'll see. Okay. So I think the easiest thing for me to do is barrage this. Maybe the most cost-effective thing I can do is to carpet siege him. Because, yeah, he's pretty weak. Yeah, the really smart thing to do would be to start carpet sieging. Like that. Oh, I didn't even save, but I still got it. It's very pog. I don't know when this event's gonna auto-fire. Well, it's gonna fire on the first, or rather second. Yep, I got an event that I wanted. I wasn't fishing for like one particular one, but I got it. So, pretty happy. The fact that this guy is relegated to sieging a fort is very unfortunate. Like, I'd rather use him to fight battles. So next month, I'm gonna take this, reform the army for movement speed. think it'll be fun. Would like to start sieging this at some point. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay, this guy is done. So I can peace out whenever now. I'd like to maybe peace out, when should I peace out? Just next month is good enough. Could wait for corruption to tick down a bit more. But, I don't know. I think I really need to keep cycling the OE. Okay. And I will continue. More birds. Alright. Probably tick up now. Low prestige. Is hurting my equilibrium. Unlucky. Okay, so I actually don't know if I can afford to conquer this much. I'm not in a position where I can truce lock everyone yet. So, suppose I need to test it. So ideally, I just want to take everything. No exceptions. I mean, I feel like I'm obligated to conquer Pasai. Like, legally required. Only problem is I don't have the troops. You know, I think fighting Chagatai was a mistake. It's too expensive. But the damage has been done. I don't think I can concentrate this, so that's fine. Pretty sure I can concentrate this though. So it would be nice if I don't have to, if I can stall out on coring this. But I'm not really sure if I want to fight this right now. If I were to fight it, I'll need to delay this war. I don't mind delaying this guy, but I do mind delaying the white piece on Ayutthaya. So like realistically speaking, this is going to take 1 year. Less than a year, but 1 year to siege and go back down. So do I want to sit on this OE for 1 year to save 3 dev worth of monarch points? Which is like 6 admin? Probably not. I'll just score it. These guys up, since I'm not going to declare war. And then use these troops to fight here. I think it's the better solution. It's just that these guys both have level 3 forts. If they didn't have level 3 forts, I would be down. I just don't have the troops to siege this many forts. It's okay. Okay, so coalition is actually happening. So I might have to redo that peace deal, depending on how bad it is. My guess is it's just all the Sunnis here that don't like me. And I don't have the capacity to Dow everyone right now. So I think I will redo that peace deal, but let me see what happens. Here, let me just play it out. See who joins. Yep. Okay. Good to know. So let me redo that peace deal. I think what I'll do is I'll just take the provinces from the main war leader. Maybe I'll also take the level 3 fort. Because that guy's a pain to siege. Oh wait, there's no level 3 fort here. Yeah, I just need this, honestly. Like, this is fine. Not sure how productive it is for me to get prestige right now. Probably just better off taking money and stuff. Not sure if 30 ducats is worth a not being able to piece this guy out for 2 month ticks. Depends on my ticking war exhaustion. Yep, I think it's fine to not piece him out immediately, so I'm gonna separate piece this guy as well. Okay, A-wise, I'm still fine. Well, that's because I haven't conquered anything. After I do this, though, let's see. I think it pulls in one new dude, from the looks of it. Yeah. Go siege that. Good. Okay, next event. So I'm gonna stop once I'm near like 80. Actually, I'm gonna stop whenever I can get out of the disaster. Because being out of the disaster gives me 10 immediately. And I mean, like, 80 is more than good enough. Or 85. Hmm. So, now things are changing for me. I thought this event was not happening till AOR. Now I need another reform. I need this. Not that. Not that. Not that. Where is it? Wait, I forgot. There's something that gives a colonist. I need that. This one. I need 10 more light ships. Okay. I don't think they'll ally anyone. Could maybe ally Ming. Or I should have clicked on that. Oh, that's the best I can do. 50. Wait, what? 34. Oh, these are pretty high dev. Downing gens and reaching top 10s in a poker tourney. I assume that's a good thing, but I can't tell. Okay, got Beijing. Okay, then I'm happy for you. There are way too many forts in this area. Like, I feel like that's the biggest nerf. It's horrible. Yeah, the thing is I can't do anything. I could barrage an assault maybe. Okay, in that case, I need to speed up the siege. This guy will chill here. Carpet siege a bit. Gonna pick up this guy and then go for this fort after this fort falls. I just like Oda. And I wanted to play around with the new EOC mechanics. music? Oh yeah, it is in a loop. Wait, what? It auto went back. Like my history suggests that I didn't. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, it's just 6 pieces going in the loop. Good catch. Oh, the gameplay. No, I'm progressing. I've progressed 2 years today. Me too. I actually don't like Rachmaninoff in general, but he has a few standout pieces that I absolutely adore. Like if we were to take overalls or like averages, he wouldn't be too high on my list. He'd still be up there though. But if it's rankings, my personal rankings of particular pieces, then yeah. Damn. See, so this is a common question I get. Like, the implication is that these like late game micro scenarios are boring, but I claim that I find it interesting. So, yeah, I don't actually suffer. I enjoy it. But personally, if you need a motivation, then I feel like it's safe to just stop playing. Like the stakes aren't that high usually. If you're like, if you have financial incentive, like you're a streamer, then I guess like coping mechanisms are would be important. But I think it's fine to just leave it whenever you feel like you're done with it. You can always leave the save file and come back to it if you ever feel it. I guess one thing I'll mention is that some people I think do not enjoy late game U4 because they aren't well versed in setting your country up for the late game. Setting up their country rather. So that's something worth thinking about. Wait, I'm at war with this guy? Since when? Well, that changes plans. I'd say like maybe 1700 would be pretty comfy. I'd imagine it could be further optimized. But like I'm not very good at late game U4 because I have very little experience in it. Yeah, this must be an old recording because the key's a bit. It's not 440. Let's see. 1965, Earl Wild in Royal Phil. Here. On that note, I actually find a lot of dissonance in the like cognitive dissonance, not in the literal sense, not in the music sense. But I find it weird when I listen to Rachmaninoff's recordings of Rachmaninoff concertos because the tuning is not what I'm used to. I always tell this to whenever I see a fellow Rachmaninoff enjoyer, but so some of you probably already know, but I've played this concerto before. It was a blast. With an orchestra. Like I've had concerts before, but I've never had concertos beyond that one. I've also played with orchestras before, like for some orchestral works with piano or like keyboard parts, like like Shostakovich. But yeah, to this day, the Rough 2 concert is like an experience that I have not been able to beat in any capacity. It's a very wonderful experience. But like if you revisit the recording, it doesn't sound that good. I mean, it sounds great, but like obviously compared to professional pianists and also professional orchestras, it's not very good. But like in the heat of the moment, it sounded so good. Piano. I was the soloist. Should probably take this. This is like the slightly worse version of the event, of a 5-man day event, because I have to pay double the money, but I'm not like willing to save scum that much, so. Okay, I see Hosokawa Seps. I'm a bit poor, though. And I'm not gonna piece anyone out anytime soon to take their money, I think. So I need to pull money out of my ass. Or just hold this event. I think I'll just hold this event for now. And debase once my corruption's there again. You think so? I love piano. It's a great instrument for loners. But in terms of just sound, oh, I love like a great French horn. Hearing like a very nice French horn solo is just so, it just hits differently to me. What else? Yeah, no, in terms of like a single note, I think French horn is my favorite. I still think piano is like the I think piano is the best instrument to get into casually. So many resources online. Probably because I assume it's the most popular instrument. If not, it's probably close to like guitar and stuff. And I think it's very there's no I guess the learning curve is fairly smooth, I think. Like I feel like for a lot of instruments, you struggle getting a clean sound. Okay, should I just piece them out? I'm surprised it's only 44 war score, but like I can't really get much war score at this point. This one, but like I don't know. So ticking doesn't do much for me, although length of war modifier might go down, so I might be able to whip out like a bit more war score. What I really want is just these two forts. That's basically all I want. All I want. There's an argument to border Transoxiana, but I don't know. I think I can make do without them for now. Yeah, I agree about music theory education. I think piano really is the type of an instrument that forces you to learn how to read sheet music well. I mean, I think you encounter that for any instrument as like you start progressing, but I think piano like forces you at a very early stage to read music. But in the end, all instruments have their own pluses. There are lots of downsides of piano too. Like for example, if you want to like really get into piano, you need a lot of money, I think. Or if you want to get into like say like intermediate level, you need a decent amount of money. Maybe that's not true of digital pianos nowadays. Digital pianos are pretty good in quality. So I take that back. Never mind. I was gonna say like you'll need like a real piano and space for it, plus noise. You have to deal with the noise. Are you trying to get to EU? I've given up on going to Europe, but I'm gonna reveal Muslims in 1494 November 11th, I think. Actually, I don't know if that's true. It really depends on Chinese tech timing. Let me check. I'll come back to this save file. Let me just check. So I think I reveal maps on November 11th, right? Oh, maybe it's a month tick? Honestly, it doesn't reveal that much, but it does reveal Transoxiano, Uzbek, and so on. So like the question is like, hmm, until I border them, they won't see me for a while though, until 1544. So like if I conquer up to here, I don't have to worry about Muslim AE, like if I conquer into India. And I think that's the way to go. So I'll just take that peace deal where I snake towards the fort. Only downside is I can't core it. I can core a bit, but not all of it. And that sucks. My brass player friends disagree, but I think jazz is the way brass was meant to be played. Well, first of all, in like a technical sense, that's not true because brass predated jazz. Although I do agree that like I think a lot of like jazz compositions really showcase what brass can do. A lot of brass instruments. But I don't know. Like listen to this horn solo. This is what's like a nice horn solo? Like a Mozart concerto? Mm, how about like this part from Brahms? Just listen to this part. Isn't this so nice? That's not the horn, by the way. That's the flute. But it was just that part. And plus, I think they do a bit more after. Anyway, I don't know. I must defend horns. You can have trumpets and all that though. Although it's a bit more modern, but I've seen like non-jazz trumpet pieces that are very lovely too. Why 1582? That's when Nobunaga dies. Oda Nobunaga. Are you saying you can Quarabit? Did I say something weird? Lambda gone crazy? Wait, did I say something weird or crazy? I thought that was being very reasonable. What did I say? Remind me what I said? Oh, core a bit. Ah. Yeah, so the downside with this piece steal is that I can't core for shit. But that's life. Can't core things sometimes. So at this point, things depend on things. What am I saying? You see, I want to get the stab agenda maybe, which is like recover prestige. Only downside is I'm not sure if I'll actually recover my prestige. How should I do this? Um, see, I won't have two stab for a bit, right? Maybe I should have stabbed to two before I took this piece deal. Because I'm not going to be able to dump this away for a long time. I need to be at peace so I can release Yarkand or something. Are you gonna save Kyoto as the last promise and then try to kill your monarch? That would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. I'm not sure if I'll do it though. Oh, you haven't seen me do this before? Or, because I was attempting this before too. Well, glad you're here. Enjoy. Enjoy, I don't know. Me conquering Southeast Asia. So yeah, I'm just debating whether I should even bother save scumming for the stab agenda. I think it's important, but I'm not sure how important it actually is. Honestly, it might be time I start ditching the cost stuff. Oh, by the way, Blazon, are you still here? Corbett's visiting me. You should come visit. I'll message you later. Anyway. I think it's time I get generals that are better than 3 siege. Damn it. Fine. This guy's about to die, I think. He's pretty old. No? What's the old one? Oh no, 1487. I thought he was older than that. Okay, so I think I will take the L. Save scum for the stab agenda. I wouldn't really like to do this too much. Oh, that was easy. I shouldn't have said I was going to save scum. Okay, so the important question is, can I get to minus 30 prestige? I doubt it. It's going to take too long. $14.5. Maybe. I don't know. Doubtful, actually. By the time I get whatever this is. So what I should do is I should aim to... I should aim to pass my next reform in August 1495, which means I get 10 month ticks. So that's a 113 mandate at this rate. I, of course, don't want to overcap my mandate. So I can actually ignore a few pulses. Can you still... Oh, smart. Thank you. Yep. Good point. How much can I steal, though? Well, either way, I should steal at the last moment. Because I don't really need the prestige right now. Oh, cool. I just got 5 mandate. I don't really think I deserved it, but I got it. Right, patronage of the arts as well. Okay, so I'm genuinely... Actually, I guess I can get away with this if I don't need to stab up using points. Although, I can get to 3 stab post-Civil War if I stab up manually. I guess either way, I don't need... Yeah, it's just that I want this slot for this guy. But maybe that's not a good way to think about it. Because I can remove this guy, Commercial Advisory Board. This will increase this advisor cost by, I don't know. Right now the reduction is 63. So the reduction, let's just pretend the reduction is 65. It's going to go from 65 to 50. So the cost goes from 35% to 50%. That's like a 1.5x increase, right? A bit less than 1.5x. So I'm gonna pay like 5 ducats. 1.4 ducats per month for lowering my stab cost by 10% seems worth it. The question is, do I do it now? If I do it now, I get to take advantage of equilibrium ticking. Actually, equilibrium goes to 46, but I can safely enact the prestige thing. Yeah, I wonder if it's time I ditch the advisor cost reduction stuff. Yeah. And I don't need to do any dev pushes, right? Nope. Okay. Good point. Revoke supremacy, maybe? So, if I revoke this, one advantage is I get one extra nobility slot. Do I want nobility slot? I can do this thing. I guess the land maintenance is not bad. Yeah, I think it makes sense to swap it to the eunuchs. No, I mean, yeah, I could. But I'm gonna give supremacy to the eunuchs after. Get rid of advisor cost here. And here. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Oh, this gives yearly corruption. Maybe not. The monarchy one is... Wait, can I even do the monarchy one? Okay, I can. Good. Maybe. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, it does, right, from here. I assume it's the same deal here. Yeah. I would like the clergy to be ticking, though. Surprised it's 47. Wait, this is broken. 5 harmony and 1 religious harmonization progress? I should really do this. Yep, and I can always do it when I need to stab up. Plus, ticking should be much better once I fix my prestige and stabilize my mandate. This I want, ooh, do I want the cost? I think I can get away with the cost. Like, I'm not gonna vassal swarm too much. So I don't think I need to take strong duchies, which feels weird, but I don't think I need it. I'll probably take this though whenever I need to annex. So probably this guy, land maintenance modifier. Finish my congrats. Is that your fastest? I guess I don't need to enact it now. Okay, this is good enough. Oh. Okay, maybe I should take the stab now. I wonder how many I can do. Oh. Oh. That good? Very nice. Surprised they had that much prestige. Cool. So, what should I do? I guess I can afford to be picky, right? Like I can not take this. I can take the one that's like 200 ducats and minus 25 prestige if I ever get it. But I have till. Why did I say I have till? Oh, I need to conquer this to get an explorer. I totally forgot about that. Where are the closest troops I have? This guy. I think what I'll do is I will use my Grand Company. Hmm. What if I bring this guy over and the Grand Company? So this is what, 24k? I have 27, so I can only ship okay. Like this one's really nice because I only have to kill 7k for 5 mandate. So I'll take that event. Okay, how should I do this? Do I want to suffer attrition and invade with 24k? Or do I just want to invade with 4k? Only problem is that they have 4k. Should have broken Ayutaya's alliance with Dive yet. Oh well, too late. That's fair. Yeah, in fact it is capped. Oops, that was a mistake. What? No. I believe that is in day 1. Look for the first VOD with this title, the pre-1582 retry. I think I just tech 6'd and then like bomb rush them. In the prior run I was more clever. I straight blocked them, but sorry, I trapped them, but was it day 2? Might be day 2, I don't know. Oh yeah, you're right, it's day 2. Because day 2 I started by piecing out of okay, it's actually not day 2. It's day 3. But day 2 I got no progress. Because I tried a few strategies and none of them worked. Also, do you think Ming will break to rebels at this rate? How many provinces does he have? Oh, I don't want to count. I can't. Uh, like I think what's blocking him is the fort. So hopefully after this it falls. Sorry, Ming breaks after the fort falls. But I'm not sure if that's true. So it should be the 4th stream or day 3. I think on day 2 I have 2 streams. Guess I'll wait. Oh, really? I think I've heard fairly fast cadenzas. Like, doesn't Horowitz do it pretty quickly, for instance? Though it's hard as hell to play that cadenza part quickly. I haven't like really learned this piece, but I've skimmed through it a few times just to see what it's like. Fuck. I cannot afford the stab cost increase. That's not good. I can lose the stab after I get my reform. So what's preventing me from taking this reform within 4 months? I'll get 20. Mandate plus whatever's on screen, which is 30 mandate. Okay, so I can take the stab hit after. Oh, what's preventing me is that I probably won't be able to piece out Phalanx this guy in time. So I need to burn that. Yikes. That sucks. Okay. Every time, my micro gets slightly better. That good? Or like save after a good event whenever you're in the birding mood. So I don't have to bird through that. Am I done? I'm done, right? Feels kind of bad. Well, not really. I only lose 2 progress. Where is this area? Chuan here. Fine. Nice. That is very good. That's 1 unrest. Should probably save that. Oh, was I supposed to no, not really. Wait, what if I just siege their capital? No, I don't have the troops to do it. I think I should invade with this 3k. Should be much easier on the attrition. I'll spend a month dealing with this rebel first. Okay, and once they arrive on Taiwan Strait, or once these guys leave, December 11th, I doubt. I think this guy's basically done. Where should he go next? Should I do like calm and stuff? I don't know. I guess there's basically no harm in me dowing Kazan. Sorry, Kazan, Chagatai. I mean, I lose my coring on these two. So that's an idea. Oh boy. That is a fat alliance. So 9k. Maybe smaller than I thought. Delhi's scary. I want to start eating Bengal though. What if I ally Delhi? I don't know. I'm not really sure if I have the troops to fight Chagatai though. Like personally, I need to be ready to truce break Ming in like 1 year. Or maybe I truce break Ming in December 1496. That way I can co-build Khmer. But they are an Ayutthaya trib. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know what the right way to deal with chimeras. Okay, I'm done thinking. Too tired. Well, I just caught two heavies. Crazy. Okay. I'm gonna click on this. Wait, did it just skip the music? Kind of cringe. You know, it skipped. Oh, no, it went back. Da, 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 da. Weird. Oh well. So has any YouTube or Twitch person ever showed off the Majapahit thing? Like it was like a fairly natural thing to theorycraft, and I think a lot of people came up with it. Like I'm not sure if anyone other than Pench has actually done it. Like I feel like we all theory crafted it, realized it's very strong, and then just called it. But why are you doing? Why have you done it 3 times? Do you like Shogun gameplay? I hate Shogun gameplay. I've played with it a bit, and then yeah, that's it. For me, it's irritating seeing the AI play so poorly. Although I must say, I love like spam seppuku for monarch points. That feels really good. just stop being at war for like a month, and then they'll spam declare. Yeah, but like I ended up fighting my own wars when I played with Shogun, because mercs were just based off force limit. It was based off force limit only, right? Nice. Lovely event. It really is the best event, though. Screw paying like 400 ducats. Do I ever take any of these for myself? Probably not. I don't want more OE for now. Also, debase? Yes. Should probably click on this too. Although loyalty is gonna start tick down, which kind of sucks. But I would like to start harmonizing with something. Maybe Muslim? Wait, there's idea cost. There's also advisor cost. So how much does 10% advisor cost even give me? Like 1.6 ducats times 3, assuming 50% discount. 5 ducats per month. That's actually not as good as I initially thought. Alright. So it's either going to be idea cost or Muslim group. Orthodox pretty far, and I don't intend to snake through Muslims yet. I like Muslims because I'm going to conquer a lot of Muslims. Dharmic is also great because I'm going to conquer India. Honestly, like, if I had to pick, it's probably going to be Dharmic. Currently 11. I'd have to dev push 9 times. That's too much. I think I'll just do Muslim. And I'll probably click on this at some point. Maybe not now. I would also like to state Muslim provinces, which I can't, because there are going to be events that increase harmonization progress, and those can only fire if you have stated. There you go. Wait, that's Vajrayana. That is awkward. Yeah, I have to state some Muslim province, I guess. Oh, there you go. These guys. Okay, I need to kill these rebels as they pop by. Okay, so I haven't pissed off the dudes here, thankfully. Like, I don't think I need stab cost yet, because I want to be at positive stab. I mean, there would be a point where I would like to be at -2 stab permanently, basically. But that's once I'm fairly stable. 400 ducats. Man, this civil war is just draining my finances. Aww, I wanted to plop in a general. Unlucky. Wonder if I barrage. Also, do I need more pulse events? So I need to own Taiwan to get my explorer. Until then, I can't really do much. I guess the question is, when will I own Taiwan? I guess like realistically speaking, I can do two more events plus hold three, let's say. So 5 months. Can I siege this in 5 months? Probably. Worst case, I can barrage assault, maybe? So I should be going for these events still. I really like spawning the rebels here. Well, I think it's far more important for me to wipe this guy. I think I'll still click on this because this is like the cheapest way to gain mandate. Okay, pretty easy rebel. Wait, I did unify China, right? I hope I did. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very close to this. You think it can be done in like 10 hours IRL? Or requires more? What the fuck? It was going so well. And then I get hit with no events again. What's up with that? Glad to confirm I can get an event at least. Alright, this month is cursed. I'm giving up after the next try. Alright, that's enough. I should probably bird Dizzy's outbreaks because I only allocated 3k. Um, hmm. I should have birded a bit. Okay, this one I definitely need the event. There we go. So if I finish sieging all of this, I could actually end Civil War and hold a 10 mandate event. But Ming isn't dying to rebels yet, so I can't truce break right now. But so that means I should enact the reform, and I believe I need to enact it this month, Tick, because this event is gonna fire next month. So I actually need this siege. I was not. I was kind of loose about my RNG here, but yeah, this time I definitely need it. Okay, so this guy I can safely delete. Okay, 4 more days. Okay. Oh, all right, cool. Great. Now I can click on this thingy. Let me wait till August. No, I'll just do it now. What? I assume it's a month tick thing? Yeah, it's probably a month tick thing. Okay, that scared me. 7 more months. 7 more events and I'm done with this bullshit. I kinda need to know whether Ming will die once they lose the siege. I'm gonna quickly test that. Because if they do, then I can safely wait till they break. Check. Okay, is that enough? It's not enough for them to break. Kind of surprised. Like, I figured this is over half. Really? Hmm. Well, in that case, I'm not sure what to do. Like, I'd have to fight through the peasants if they're not dying. Well, maybe it's just the... Oh, okay, so it's like a few provinces. And will they downsize their army? Okay, so I'm gonna just wait out the siege, I think. I think I can afford to do that. So it's probably like Yeah, that probably gives me enough time to farm mandate. So I should get ready to fight Ming and his allies. Okay. I need a decent number of troops for here. I'm thinking a merc here. I'm thinking I send this merc. Yep, actually all of these guys can go here. Seems good to me. These guys should go here. Actually, I think this is too many infantry. Too much infantry. Yeah. Wonder if I should bird this siege. The siege is kind of ass. What else? That's it. Two. Maybe these guys can deal with the rebels. Not sure if it's worth birding. Probably don't want it to be a bottleneck. Not really a favorite, but they're definitely not the best pick for a world conquest speedrun. They're not bad, but they're not good either. Especially because I'm not allowing tag switches. I think if I allow tag switches, they're okay. Even if the tag switch is forming Japan. Hmm. Okay. Um, 5 more events and I'm done with this. Okay. Now I can actually fight Ming. So I would like to be at peace to release this guy, though. So currently I can't. So for now, I'm chilling. Oh, shoot. It goes movement, then siege, I'd like to say. Yeah, it goes movement, then siege, so if I attack on the same day, I should be good. Right? Yeah, good. think I need to build more infantry. Let's go. Okay. Good. Surprised Bengal's upset at me already. $64, 200. Actually, I could be coalitioned right now. Probably start conquering the Philippines. Yeah, Bengal going past 50 was not expected. I'm surprised. So what I do depends on whether a coalition forms. But like right now, I'm in a position to stop the coalition. It's just that I'll ruin my pacing if I do that, which is why I prefer to ignore it. Konno separatists, where? Here. Then I have some separatists in Southeast Asia. Yeah, so the important question is, will I be coalitioned? I forgot to for the pulse event. I should probably revert. After all the micro I did. That's wrong. There you go. 1582 is when the ruler of Oda died. But that's a reach goal. I'd be happy with any time. As long as it's not 1821. It's a hard run. Probably because I'm griefing myself, but really want to click on this for 5 harmony. I'm not using merchants because I'm getting a lot of events that use that scale based on that cost my a certain proportion of my yearly income. So I'm just tanking my income in a reasonable way for now until I get out of this disaster. Uh, this disaster. Okay. So this is something I don't want. And so on. I have to do this every month until I have 75 mandate and I'm done. No more saves coming. Ugh. Today was not a productive day for me. Oops, messed up. I should just exit game. It's faster. Yes, you do. You get the Oda Nobunaga, which is why I don't want to tag switch. Well, it's the primary motivation for not tag switching. 4 more to go. Okay, Kono will spawn. Good. So I was just planning. So I had this naturally, like without doing anything fancy. Um, I was just planning to set off this, but Taiwan popped up, so I can click on my mission to get an explorer. So I also ended up getting this. So I have a colonist now. But that's it. I'm not doing anymore. It's just not worth my effort. I think if I cared enough, I'd probably take a bit more though. Like this +1 diplomats is pretty nice. I would probably take that. I think that's about it. I don't think anything else merits being in civil war for longer. Like maybe some of the eco ones. I don't know. I doubt it. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Where is it? Here. I think it's time I truce break Ming. Only thing is, my troops are not in position to deal with Khmer. Wait, what if I just... No, the problem is that, oh well, that's a problem anyway, but... This does save me a level, uh, 2 fort. Only problem is that there'll be a coalition member, and I won't be able to stop it. I will, however, just get them as a trib after I full annex Divia anyways. When will I full annex Divia? Probably... probably 1500. I don't think I want to declare on them, because they're allied to Ayutthaya. Probably want to Dao Ayutthaya as the main war leader. So that actually works. I like this idea just because it saves me the effort of sieging this. Well, what's the harm? What will I prevent? Yeah, I'm not really denying myself much by placing troops here, though. I guess I deny myself the ability to conquer here. I also denied myself the ability to conquer in the Philippines, maybe. Good night. So how long does it... Man, like, this area is just so ass. That's all I have to say about this area. What if I just release Yarkand here? Trip them, then core that. Then my coring won't be as ridiculous. Only problem with a trip here is that, well, it doesn't really matter that I don't connect my land this way, because I need a lot of coring range for me to rely on this connection. Like, I think eventually I want to rely on this connection. So losing this doesn't seem like that bad of an idea. I don't know, it's kind of bad actually. I don't like this. I feel like if I were to release the Arcand, it has to be as a vassal. Wait, really? I thought the fact that it's being sieged prevents it from... Alright, well, okay. I'm not gonna question it. So I think this is just gonna be a vassal. Yeah, yeah. Release this guy. Okay. I'm just missing this core, which is not even a big deal. That's +1 monarch points. Unfortunately, they're allied to Oirat. But I'll just eat them when the time is right. For now, when is the time right? 15:02. Yeah, might as well for now. Get myself +1 admin. Yeah, I'm still not sold on whether I should break alliance or not. Not sure if it's something I should do. Okay, so this guy can actually go south, which is really good. Because... Oh, I should not have done that. Okay. Anyway, I arrived there on roughly January. So I'm aiming for a Ming War around January then. That's pretty fair. Wait, isn't it in my interest to truce break Ming twice? Or is once enough? Maybe once is enough. Yeah, I think it's just one truce break. It's mostly for the eco. I think once I conquer most of China and start aggressively dealing forts, I'd be all set. I guess I shouldn't sell land while my income is horrible. Also, is it me or am I not getting any harmonization progress? It's kind of weird. Okay, that's good. Okay, I need to kill this guy. How long do I have New Imperial Dynasty? 1499. Okay. Can I declare? So I might not want to declare if I just want to seize land right now. But I think I want to time my sell and seize. Yeah, if I seize now, even after I get them to 50, I won't be able to get the 10% stab cost. I don't know. Not even sure if I really should stab up though. It's so expensive. That's a Deus Vult equivalent. You get it from Humanist and EOC. Kind of nuts. Actually, I'm not really sure if that is birdable. I mean, it is birdable, but it's quite rare. Yeah, I'm not gonna bird that. It's like a 5% chance for me to get the mandate events because I already have two of them here. It's fine. I can take my time. So this was definitely a mistake. I should not have brought my big merc here. Okay, so here I will click on these. I guess I will do another debase. Also, I need to kill my heir so I can fish for talented and ambitious. Okay. So two more of those events and I'm done with this shitty disaster. That is not the event I wanted. This is the worst event to get, but I can't really pick and choose. Maybe I should. My advisor just died as well. I might regret doing this. It's just that I'm out of money. So I'd have to use burger loans. I might regret ditching that event. One more. And I'm done. I think I'm ready to truce break. Do I want to take land? No, I think I just want a white piece. In that case, I should just carpet siege aggressively. All right, last one. Sure. Yes, I'm lowering my income because a lot of events I'm getting right now reduce my income, my cost based on my yearly income. I don't know what I did, but thanks. One more event. Damn it. You know, maybe I should take this event. Because I don't mind getting this event again. Like, of the three, I probably prefer this the second most. The money one, that's, I don't know. It's kind of a lot. I'll probably have to take loans for it. Which sucks on -3 stab. But I'll have 0 stab pretty quickly, so should be fine. Okay, so I'll do this. I forgot to click on it. Oops. I should really make a save file so I don't do that. The last one is such a struggle. Finally got it. It's the worst out of the 3 vents, but good enough for me. So do I take a normal loan or burger loans? Argument for normal loan is I'm gonna grow my dev a lot in a bit. And that means my loan size will increase. So using my 5 loans from burgers on that seems a bit wasteful. But oh well, anyway. Just here to play the game now. Should definitely save though. This is the last pulse event. I'm gonna sit on this. Okay. I think I can start sieging this. I believe if I wait 1 month tick, my income will drop a bit. But even then, I still need to figure out what to do. There's even an argument of not waiting for the month tick, so I get the stab early. Might be a good idea, honestly. Okay. So I should be done. I'm gonna let him build for war score. And yeah, I thought about boosting myself to 3 stab. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I don't think it's a good idea. Well, let's see. What do I core in the short term? Actually, might be a good idea. In that case, I should have waited on the click. Oh well. Yeah, I should have waited. Well, it's too late. And I don't want to go back. Even though I should go back. So I'm not going to get a better deal than this. Well, except for corruption, I guess. And I think I'm going to do -1. No, no, no. I think I go all the way up to 3. 240 admin. Kind of expensive. Yeah, maybe that's a bad idea, given that my point cap is not 999. Okay, well, yeah, I can't justify it. Sorry. I think I just click it now then. I just realized mandate gives stab cost too, right? Oh no, I thought it used to give stab cost. Hmm. Oh well. Yeah, normal loans. Unlucky. Almost done. June 26th. Hey, wipe Ming. Do I take more money? I think so. I'll go all the way up to this guy. That's all. Okay, also, I should fix my economy. There you go. Good enough. So I probably don't conquer that. I wonder if I need this fort. Probably not. I'll just not take this province. Kind of sad, but oh well. Not sure if I even need to wipe Ming at this point. Guess he doesn't really have anything else to do. Kill the separatists, maybe? I don't know. Seems like unnecessary effort. Or, see if I can get war score from that. Okay, I'm gonna pick up this guy. Pick up this guy. Probably wait till September. October. Yeah, I'm gonna wait till October so I can stab up to 1. reform. Not sure what to do. Diplomats would be useful. Tech cost is also useful. I don't know. I'll sleep on it. Think about later. Okay. I assume... Wait, is 5 mandate really worth it for me? I'm not gonna... do too many reforms for a bit. Mill probably more valuable because I need to dev push colonialism. $14? Okay. October 1496. That's when I'm truly done. Nah, I don't need to see this. Okay. 42. Price is reasonable. Get to 1. Piece this guy out. I was gonna say piece Ming out, but this port needs to fall. Will take a bit longer, which is kind of unfortunate. Okay. Should be able to full annex them. Yeah, unfortunately this might take a long time, depending on my luck. Could bird the siege ticks, I guess. say this is my last bird. Sure. I'm okay with this. Because I should get one crown land if I time it with the cell. This is super obnoxious. Yeah, for the sake of my sanity, I'll just get the siege stick and I'm done. Alright. And after I peace out, that's it for today. Last one. Seriously? Are you serious? I hate this guy. Just gonna force trib him. I can't trib him because he's a Diviet trib. Fuck. Fine. I'll trip him through Diviet, I guess. Alright. And I can finally piece out of Ming. Do I have Course here? Remind me? No, I don't. Something like that. Wish this was a prestige agenda, but that's good enough. Alright. So I think this is where I'll leave off. But let me give you a preview of what's coming. So I can't immediately state everything just because of devastation. But suppose I did. Actually, I might be able to. The devastation isn't even that bad. Like, I don't care about mandate ticking up that much. This one I'll save. Alright, so yeah, just to show you what my eco would look like. Also show myself. Something like that. Manpower, 56k. Pretty good. And I can fix my trade as well. Like, I need to TC something here and stuff like that. So yeah, I think things are looking pretty good. I wouldn't say pretty good, but pretty okay. And I will continue next time. with conquer Southeast Asia. That's the plan. Alright, bye-bye.